Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Dawn broke over the emerald canopy of verdant, its golden fingers barely penetrating the ancient boughs that had stood sentinel for 1,000 years. In this realm where plants whispered secrets and vines could strangle a man at a mere thought, Thalia Thorn knelt in the soil of her hidden garden, fingers trembling as she examined the withered remnants of a moonshade lily, a plant that had never, in all of recorded history, succumbed to disease. "It's spreading faster than I feared," she murmured, her voice carrying the weight of generations. As the last apothecary of the Thorn bloodline, Thalia bore both the gift and the burden of her ancestry, the ability to communicate with plants, to draw forth their essence and transform them into remedies, poisons, or enchantments that defied ordinary magic. The ash plague had begun 3 moons ago, at the edges of the whispering marshlands. Reports spoke of plants crumbling to gray dust at the slightest touch, leaving behind barren landscapes where once vibrant life had flourished. Most alarming was not merely the death of vegetation, but the gradual dissipation of magic that followed for verdant. All enchantment flowed through the green veins of the natural world. Thalia's reverie was broken by the sound of approaching footsteps. She turned to find Elric, her apprentice, his youthful face etched with concern. "Master Thorn, the Council of Roots has summoned you. The ash plague has reached Verdicrown, the capital city where the 5 great botanical houses converged, was nestled in the heart of the Everwood. If the plague had reached it, then time was running out faster than anyone had anticipated. Prepare my traveling herbs," Thalia commanded, already moving toward the hidden door that concealed her most precious creations, plants that existed nowhere else in the realm. Many so dangerous, they could decimate entire kingdoms if misused. The council chambers were crafted from living wood, the massive table sprouting directly from the floor, its surface polished smooth by generations of plant mages who had sat around it. Today, the air hung heavy with dread as representatives from each house stared at the withered branch in the center of the table. "This was taken from the heart tree this morning," intoned Elder Wisteria, her ancient fingers tracing the brittle bark. "If the heart tree falls, the magical barriers protecting Verdicrown will fail." Thalia examined the branch, noting the fine gray powder that clung to its surface. Unlike natural decay, this appeared almost deliberate. "I've consulted the ancient texts," she said finally. "There is mention of a similar blight during the time of fading. The records speak of only one cure, the dawn blossom." A murmur rippled through the chamber. The dawn blossom was a legend, a flower said to bloom only once every 1,000 years at the convergence of the moon's shadow and the sun's first light. A flower that could purify corruption, renew life, and restore what was lost. "The dawn blossom is a myth," scoffed Lord Blackthorn, his sharp features displaying the haughty disdain typical of his house. "We need practical solutions, not fairy tales from children's stories. Yet, it is our only hope," Thalia countered. "The texts also indicate its location, the heart of the primordial forest, beyond the vertebrae mountains. That is suicide," Lady Hemlock declared. "Those mountains are treacherous enough, but the primordial forest. No one has returned from that place in living memory. I will go." Thalia's voice cut through the ensuing argument. The Thorn bloodline has always protected Verdant in times of need. I cannot do less than my ancestors. What she did not say, what she dared not say, was that the primordial forest was also said to be the domain of Ash, the man accused of creating the plague that now threatened their existence. The same man who, 10 years past, had allegedly murdered her parents and siblings in their sleep, leaving only Thalia alive to carry on the Thorn legacy. 3 days later, Thalia stood at the edge of the Whispering Marshlands, the first leg of her journey to the Vertebrae Mountains. Her pack contained only essentials, vials of rare essences, packets of seeds that could grow into shelter or weapons within moments, and dried specimens of her most potent creations. The marshlands stretched before her, a treacherous expanse of mist-shrouded pools and deceptively solid-looking expanses that could swallow a traveler whole. Under normal circumstances, the indigenous plants would guide a botanist safely through, but as Thalia quickly discovered, the ash plague had touched even this remote region. The cattails that should have bent to point the safe path stood rigid and gray. The luminescent moss that typically marked solid ground had dimmed, leaving the terrain cloaked in shadow. Thalia relied instead on her other senses, using the subtle changes in air currents to detect deeper waters, listening for the telltale silence that indicated sinkholes. On the third night, as she made camp on a relatively dry hummock, the mists parted to reveal a solitary figure standing ankle-deep in murky water. Tall and lean, with hair the color of the ash that gave him his name, his eyes reflected the faint moonlight like mirrors. "The last thorn ventures far from her garden," he said, his voice surprisingly melodic for one with such a fearsome reputation. "What foolish errand drives you to court death in these failing lands?" Thalia's fingers closed around a seed in her pocket one that could sprout deadly thorns in an instant. "Perhaps I seek the architect of this devastation," she replied coldly. "Perhaps I seek justice for my family." Ash's expression remained impassive. "Justice," he echoed. "A noble pursuit, if one understands what they seek to avenge." He stepped forward, and Thalia tensed, ready to unleash her deadly seed. "You seek the dawn blossom. It wasn't a question." "How could you know that?" Thalia demanded. "Because I am its guardian," Ash replied simply. "And because you will fail without my help." The unlikely alliance formed in the marshlands was fraught with tension. Every night, Thalia slept with one eye open, expecting betrayal. Every day, she watched Ash's deft movements as he guided them through increasingly treacherous terrain, wondering how hands supposedly stained with her family's blood could move with such grace. The Vertebrae Mountains loomed ever larger, their jagged peaks resembling the spine of some colossal beast. As they climbed, the air grew thin and the vegetation sparser. Here, at least, the ash plague had not yet taken hold, though Thalia could sense a wrongness in the silent plants they passed. "Why help me?" she finally asked on their 7th day of travel. "If you truly created this plague, I did not create it," Ash interrupted, his voice sharp as a thorn. "I merely failed to contain it." Thalia stopped in her tracks. "Explain." Ash's gaze turned toward the distant horizon, where the dark mass of the primordial forest sprawled beyond the mountains. "What you call the ash plague is not a disease but an entity, a consciousness as old as Verdant itself. The ancients called it Viridian, the first plant deity that taught humans to harness botanical magic." "That's impossible," Thalia whispered. "The texts would mention such a being, would they?" Ash's smile held no humor. "The same texts written by the 5 founding houses? The same houses that imprisoned Viridian in plant form and drew upon its power to establish their dominion over Verdant." The revelation struck Thalia like a physical blow. "You're saying the Thorn bloodline was chief among them?" Ash confirmed. Your ancestors, Thalia, were not the benevolent protectors your stories painted them to be. They were the jailers of a god. The primordial forest defied description. Trees tall as mountains grew so densely that no sunlight reached the forest floor. Plants that existed nowhere else in Verdant thrived here, some beautiful beyond imagination, others nightmarish in their appearance. All pulsed with an ancient magic that made Thalia's blood sing in recognition. At the forest's heart stood a single clearing where a pool of water, so still it resembled polished obsidian, reflected the star-filled sky above. At its center, on a tiny island, grew a solitary plant with a closed bud the size of Thalia's fist. The dawn blossom, Ash said softly. It will open at first light tomorrow. During the celestial convergence, Thalia approached the pool's edge, only to recoil as the water rippled of its own accord. From its depths rose a figure composed entirely of intertwined vines and leaves, its face a blank mask of bark with two glowing emerald eyes. Viridian, Ash greeted the entity with a respectful bow. The plant deity's voice rustled like wind through autumn leaves. The last thorn comes seeking salvation for a kingdom built upon my imprisonment. Its attention turned to Thalia. Do you know what the dawn blossom requires to bloom, child of treachery? Thalia swallowed hard. No, the blood sacrifice of a thorn, Viridian replied. Your ancestors knew the price when they bound me. Every 1,000 years, one of your line has come to renew my chains with their lifeblood, understanding dawned with horrific clarity. My family. They weren't murdered, they fled, Ash confirmed. When the time came for sacrifice, they chose to abandon their duty. I was sent to bring them back, but I failed. In their absence, Viridian's bonds began to weaken. What you call the Ash Plague is simply the first stirring of an ancient god reclaiming what was stolen. And now the choice falls to you, Viridian's voice echoed through the clearing. Sacrifice yourself to renew my imprisonment and save your precious verdant, or allow me to break free and reshape this world as it was always meant to be, in the distance. The sounds of battle reached them, plant creatures under Viridian's influence clashing with the armies of Verdant, who had followed Thalia's trail in desperation. Dawn approached, painting the sky with the first hints of gold. The bud of the dawn blossom trembled, preparing to open for the first time in a millennium. Thalia stood at the edge of the pool, the weight of generations pressing upon her shoulders. In her hand, she held a small blade fashioned from crystal. One cut, one sacrifice, and Verdant would be saved at the cost of continuing in ancient injustice. There must be another way, she whispered. There is always another way, Ash replied, his hand closing over hers. Not a prison, not unfettered freedom, but balance. The question is whether you have the courage to forge a path your ancestors never considered. As the first ray of sunlight touched the dawn blossom, Thalia made her choice. Story 2. The mist parted like a veil drawn back by invisible hands, revealing the floating Isle of Celestria, greatest of numerous 5-island kingdoms. Its alabaster towers pierced the heavens, spiraling upward as if reaching for the twin moons that hung perpetually in the lavender sky. Below, an endless sea of swirling fog concealed whatever mysteries might lie beneath this archipelago of floating wonders. Enya Brightfield stood at her laboratory window, gazing out at the shimmering bridges that connected Celestria to its sister isles. Each gossamer span glowed with enchantments centuries old, pulsing with the magic that had kept the 5 noble houses of Nimmerus in tenuous harmony since the severance when the land had shattered and risen, fleeing whatever horrors now dwelled in the unseen depths. Her attention returned to the crystal vial cradled in her palm. Inside, a liquid shimmered with opalescent brilliance, shifting between colors like a living rainbow. This was her masterwork, the essence of unveiled truth, a potion that, when consumed, would render its drinker incapable of deception, while revealing falsehoods spoken by others as black smoke upon their lips. "The council awaits," Lady Brightfield announced her apprentice from the doorway, his voice betraying the nervousness that had plagued him since dawn. The 5 houses are assembled. Enya tucked the vial into the specially crafted pocket of her robes. "Then we mustn't keep them waiting, Lysander. Today, we change the course of Nimmerus forever." The council chamber floated on its own small isle, tethered by 5 bridges to the main kingdom's neutral ground where the houses could meet as equals. Its circular chamber was dominated by a table hewn from crystal, beneath which swirled captured mist, giving the impression that the councillors floated above the endless void. Lord Sylvan Nightshade of House Umbra, his skin as pale as moonlight against his raven robes, was the first to speak. "Apothecary Brightfield brings a most unusual proposal before this august body," he announced, his melodious voice carrying an undercurrent of suspicion. "She claims to have crafted a potion that will end all deception between our houses." Murmurs rippled through the chamber as representatives of the other houses exchanged glances. Trust was a rare commodity in Nimmerus. For 1,000 years, the 5 houses had maintained their uneasy peace through carefully crafted lies and strategic truths, each seeking advantage without tipping the realm into open conflict. Countess Lyra Stormsong of House Tempest leaned forward, the jewels woven into her azure braids catching the light. "And you would have us all consume this truth serum? How convenient for House Aegis, whose military might would serve them well should our carefully negotiated treaties shatter under the weight of unwelcome truths." Enya stepped into the center of the chamber, her crimson robes marking her as a neutral apothecary, beholden to all houses and none. "The essence reveals only deception spoken in its presence, your excellencies. Old lies remain buried unless deliberately unearthed. What I propose is a new foundation for our realm, one built on honesty, rather than the quicksand of convenient falsehoods." Baron Thorn Ironheart of House Terra stroked his amber beard thoughtfully. "And you have tested this concoction thoroughly? There are no unexpected consequences?" "None, my lord. I have subjected it to every trial imaginable." What Enya did not say, what she dared not say, was that her motivation ran deeper than her stated desire for a more harmonious realm. 3 years prior, her brother had fallen from the sky bridges in circumstances never fully explained, his body lost to the mists below. The official account claimed accident. Her heart whispered murder. The debate raged well into the evening, but ultimately curiosity and the potential advantages of having others bound to truth while maintaining one's own secrets won out. One by one, the representatives agreed to her proposal. At the Festival of Lights 3 days hence, a ceremonial toast would include her essence, binding all 5 houses to a new era of forced honesty. Enya returned to her laboratory late that night to find it in ruins. Tables overturned, glassware shattered, and worst of all, the cabinet where she kept her most precious creations standing empty, its enchanted lock broken. "No," she whispered, rushing to the hidden compartment beneath her workbench. Relief flooded her as her fingers found the familiar shape of the crystal vial she had taken to carrying a decoy, keeping the true essence hidden. But that relief curdled as she realized the implications. Someone had attempted to steal her creation, and when they discovered the decoy missing, they would know she carried it with her. A sound at the window drew her attention. A figure balanced impossibly on the narrow ledge outside, dark clothing blending with the night, save for an ornate silver mask that covered the upper half of his face. "I wondered when you might notice," said the intruder, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Rather careless of you to leave such a powerful creation unguarded, Apothecary." Enya's hand moved to the dagger at her belt. Who are you? The figure slipped into the room with fluid grace. I am known by many names in many circles. Some call me the Master of Masks. Others, the Phantom Blade. To you, he swept into an elaborate bow. I am Riven, at your service, an assassin, Enya hissed, drawing her blade. An information broker, he corrected, seemingly unconcerned by her weapon. And currently, the bearer of most unfortunate news. Your precious essence has been compromised. Impossible. I have the only vial. Riven's laugh was rich with genuine mirth. Oh, Lady Brightveil, surely you don't believe you're the only one who can extract a sample from an unguarded workshop. While your attention was occupied with the council today, someone else paid a visit. They took only a drop enough to analyze and alter. Cold dread settled in Enya's stomach. Alter how? That's the fascinating question, isn't it? My sources tell me the sample was tainted with discordant extract, a rare substance that inverts magical properties. Your truth serum has become a catalyst for lies, one that makes falsehoods appear true, while truths smoke. Like lies upon the speaker's lips, Enya sank into a chair, mind racing. The Festival of Lights. If that corrupted potion is served, each house will believe the others are lying about everything. Riven finished. Old grudges will resurface, alliances will shatter, and Nimmerus will descend into a civil war unlike any seen since the Severance. I must warn the council immediately, and who would believe you? Particularly when evidence has been carefully planted suggesting you engineered the sabotage from the beginning. Enya's eyes narrowed. How do you know so much about this plot? Riven's smile was visible beneath his half-mask. Information is my trade, apothecary. I know because I make it my business to know, and because someone paid handsomely for me to deliver a warning to you, offering you a choice. Flee Nimmerus tonight and save yourself. Or stay and attempt to unravel a conspiracy whose threads run deeper than you can imagine. Who sent you? That would be telling. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the windowsill, though I might be persuaded to reveal more. For the right price, Dawn found Enya and her unexpected ally traversing the narrow bridge between Celestria and Tempest Isle, the mist below churning with unusual vigor, as if sensing the discord brewing above. The corrupted essence will be delivered to the royal cellars today, Riven explained, moving with the casual confidence of one who had traversed these pathways 1,000 times before. From there, it will be impossible to retrieve without triggering the ward spells. Then we intercept it beforehand, Enya replied, her mind still struggling with the decision to trust this enigmatic figure. Necessity had forced her hand. She could not hope to navigate the shadowy underbelly of Nymerian politics alone. A direct approach would be suicide, Riven countered. We need to identify the mastermind first. Only then can we hope to counter their scheme. Their investigation took them from the gleaming spires of Celestria to the shadowy underbelly of Umbra, where House Nightshade conducted its business in perpetual twilight. In the markets of Terra Isle, they discovered whispers of an ancient prophecy, the tearing of the veil, which foretold a time when truth and lies shall reverse their faces, bringing ruin upon the 5 races. But it was in the abandoned temple on the smallest isle, Mysterium, that they found their first solid clue. Hidden beneath centuries of dust lay a fresco depicting a masked figure ascending to godhood upon a tide of chaos. Inscriptions named this figure Zaros, the exiled god, cast out from the divine pantheon for sowing discord among his brethren. This is no mere political plot, Enya whispered, tracing the ancient symbols. Someone seeks to fulfill this prophecy and summon Zaros back to our realm. Riven's usually nonchalant demeanor faltered. Then we face something far worse than civil war. If the veil between truth and lies tears completely, reality itself begins to unravel. Enya finished. The floating isles would fall from the sky, returning to whatever horror lurks below as the Festival of Lights approached. Their desperate search led them to an unexpected conclusion. The corrupted essence had been created not by one of the 5 houses, but by a secret 6th faction devotees of Zaros who had infiltrated all 5 noble lines over generations. The festival night arrived with ominous portents. The twin moons aligned in a rare configuration, casting a blood-red light over the celebrations. Representatives from all houses gathered in the grand pavilion, their finest attire glittering with enchantments and jewels as servants prepared the ceremonial toast. Enya and Riven slipped through the shadows at the periphery, having failed to locate the corrupted potion, despite their best efforts. Their last desperate plan relied on a counteragent. Enya had prepared one that would neutralize the inverted essence if added at the precise moment of serving. As the gathered nobility raised their glasses, Enya caught sight of something that stopped her heart. The Grand Chamberlain's ring, with a subtle mark of Zaros they had discovered in the temple. "It's him," she whispered to Riven. And we're too late. The Chamberlain began the traditional toast to truth and harmony between the 5 great houses of Nimeris. In that moment, as crystal glasses clinked and the corrupted essence touched 100 lips simultaneously, Enya made her choice. She stepped forward into the center of the pavilion and raised her own untouched glass high. "I offer a truth freely given before the magic takes hold," she announced, her voice ringing clear across the suddenly silent gathering. "This toast has been corrupted. What you have drunk will make lies appear as truth and truth as lies. It is the work of Zaros cultists among us, seeking to tear the veil between realities." Black smoke poured from her lips as she spoke, the effect of the essence already working upon those who had drunk, making her truth appear as falsehood. Gasps and outraged cries erupted as nobles turned accusingly toward one another, seeing the telltale absence of smoke that now marked what they perceived as lies. The Chamberlain's face contorted with rage as he pointed at Enya. "Seize the traitor," he commanded, his words emerging clean and seemingly truthful. "She seeks to sow discord with her poisonous deceptions." Guards moved toward her, but Riven appeared suddenly at her side, tossing something into the center of the pavilion. A blinding flash erupted, accompanied by billowing blue smoke. "Sometimes," he murmured in her ear as he pulled her toward an exit, "the only way to fight chaos is with a little chaos of your own," as they fled into the night. The first sounds of conflict erupted behind them, the opening notes in what would become known as the Discordant War. The truth had been twisted, but it had not been extinguished. Somewhere in the tangled web of lies and half-truths that now enveloped Nimeris, Enya knew they would find a way to restore balance and expose the cult of Zaros. The mist swirled below the floating isles, hungry and waiting as the fate of Nimeris hung in the balance. Story 3. Above the eternal mist that shrouded the world below, Aetheria hung like a dream suspended between heaven and earth. The city's crystalline spires and floating pavilions caught the morning light, transforming it into cascades of rainbow hues that danced across buildings that defied gravity's solemn laws. Skyships with gossamer sails drifted between districts, their hulls gleaming with enchantments that kept them aloft, while transparent walkways arched between towers where the living and the dead walked side by side. For in Aetheria, death was merely a passage from one state of being to another, not an ending. Iris Nightshade stood at her apothecary window, watching as a procession of the soul-bound drifted past, their forms slightly translucent, their feet never quite touching the ground. Each wore around their neck a crystal vial containing the luminescent blue potion that tethered their spirits to the mortal realm. The soul-binding elixir was aetheria's most precious creation, allowing the dead to remain among their loved ones, sharing wisdom and continuing their life's work, rather than passing into the unknown beyond. Her reverie was interrupted by an urgent knock. She opened the door to find Constable Thorne, his usually immaculate uniform disheveled, his eyes haunted. "Lady Nightshade," he said with a formal bow, "the Council of Alchemists requests your presence immediately." "There's been another one." Iris felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. "Where?" "The Crescent Gardens." "A merchant." Like the others, empty. She nodded grimly, reaching for her leather satchel filled with diagnostic elixirs and instruments. This would be the 7th victim in a fortnight, bodies found not merely dead, but hollow, devoid of both soul and memory, as if they had never lived at all. The Crescent Gardens occupied a floating island tethered to the main city by bridges of woven light. At its center lay a still form, surrounded by the shimmer of containment wards. Scholar mages in indigo robes hovered nearby, their enchanted quills recording observations as they floated above the scene. Iris knelt beside the victim, a man in his 5th decade, dressed in the fine garments of a spice merchant. His eyes stared sightlessly at the sky, but it was what Iris couldn't see that disturbed her most. The typical luminous aura that surrounded all living beings, the visible manifestation of their soul essence, was completely absent. "No residual energy," she murmured, withdrawing a crystal lens from her satchel. Through it, even the recently deceased normally glowed with fading light. "It's as if he never had a soul at all, just like the others," Constable Thorne confirmed. "The Archmagister believes we're facing something unprecedented, perhaps a new form of soul-devouring entity that's found its way into aetheria." Iris frowned, noticing a detail others had missed: a nearly imperceptible residue on the victim's lips, visible only to her trained eye. She extracted a tiny sample, placing it in a vial that immediately turned a deep crimson. "This wasn't caused by any creature," she said softly. "This residue contains trace elements of void lotus, an extremely rare flower that grows only in the shadow realms. It's the primary ingredient in advanced soul manipulation elixirs. You're suggesting a person did this?" "One of our own alchemists." "I'm suggesting," Iris replied carefully, "that we may be looking for someone with extensive knowledge of forbidden alchemy. Someone harvesting souls for a purpose we don't yet understand." The Council of Alchemists convened in their chamber atop the highest spire in Aetheria, seated around a table of polished moonstone that seemed to hover unsupported in the air. 12 of the most powerful practitioner scholars in the floating city listened as Iris presented her findings, their expressions growing darker with each revelation. "These aren't random attacks," she concluded. "The victims form a pattern. Their locations trace a perfect heptagram across the city, a symbol traditionally used in soul transmutation rituals." Archmagister Vex, the eldest among them with a beard that flowed like silver water down his chest, leaned forward. "And what ritual would require such a terrible sacrifice?" "I can think of only one," Iris replied, hesitating before speaking words that hadn't been uttered in the chamber for centuries. "The harvesters tie the ritual to break the veil between life and death completely, allowing unrestricted passage between realms." Murmurs of alarm rippled through the chamber. "That knowledge was purged from our archives after the shadowing," said Magistra Lyra, her eyes wide with concern. "No one should have access to those formulations." "Someone clearly does," Iris countered. "And I believe I know who." She projected an image into the center of the table, a man with aristocratic features and eyes the color of midnight. Malaki Ravencroft, former Magister of Soul Sciences, exiled 5 years ago for conducting forbidden experiments. He was attempting to enhance the soul-binding elixir, claiming our current formulation was flawed. "Ravencroft is dead," Archmagister Vex stated flatly. "He perished when his skyship was lost in the void currents beyond our borders." A body was never recovered, Iris reminded them. And the residue I found matches exactly the unique alchemical signature of his work. The council deliberated in hushed tones before Vex addressed her again. You've studied his methods more than anyone, Magistra Nightshade. We task you with leading this investigation. Find Ravencroft, if he lives, and stop whatever ritual he's attempting before the final point of the heptagram is marked. What Iris didn't reveal was how intimately she knew Malachi's work. Once her mentor, then briefly more than that, before his obsessions had driven him down darker paths than she could follow. She had been the one to report his forbidden research, never expecting the council would choose exile as his punishment. The guilt of that decision had haunted her for 5 years. Iris's investigation led her deep into the undercity of Aetheria, where the eternal mist crept through cracks in the foundations, and the light of the upper spires barely penetrated. Here, among the forgotten and the desperate, rumors spoke of a shadow worker who could extend a soul binding beyond its natural duration for the right price. In a dimly lit tavern where the soul-bound mingled with the living, seated at a table in the farthest corner, she found him, older than she remembered, with strands of silver now streaking his raven hair, but unmistakably Malachi Ravencroft. I wondered when they would send you, he said without looking up from his goblet of phosphorescent wine. Always their most brilliant student. Always so dedicated to their rules. 7 people are dead, Malachi, she replied, sliding into the seat across from him. Empty husks without soul or memory. That goes beyond breaking rules. His midnight eyes finally met hers. Is that what they told you? That I'm harvesting innocent souls for some terrible purpose? A bitter laugh escaped him. You always did believe their pronouncements without question. I've seen the bodies myself. You've seen what they allowed you to see. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. Did you never question why the soul binding has to be renewed every lunar cycle? Why the council controls its distribution so tightly? Iris frowned. The elixir's effects naturally fade. That's simply its alchemical property. That's what we were taught, Malachi agreed. But it's a deliberate limitation, not an inherent one. The original formulation created permanent bindings. The council modified it, ensuring every soul in Aetheria remains dependent on them for continued existence. That's absurd. Why would they power? Control, his eyes glittered in the dim light. And sustenance. Each renewed binding transfers a fraction of the soul's energy to the wellspring beneath the council chamber, feeding the enchantments that keep Aetheria aloft. Iris felt a cold certainty settling in her stomach. She had always wondered why soulbound required more elixir with each renewal, their luminescence dimming slightly with the passing years. You're saying the city consumes souls. Slowly, imperceptibly. Until nothing remains but an empty vessel, officially recorded as having passed peacefully into the beyond, the council disposes of the husks and tells grieving families their loved ones finally chose to move on. The victims. They weren't your doing. I've been trying to save them. Malachi withdrew a vial containing an elixir of deep purple, swirling with motes of silver light. This is what I was developing before my exile, a permanent binding that doesn't drain the soul. But I was too late for those 7. Their essence was already too depleted when I found them. Why should I believe you over the council? Iris demanded, though doubt had already taken root. In answer, Malachi gestured toward an elderly woman serving drinks, her movements slightly ethereal, marking her as soul-bound. Ask any of them how much elixir they required for their first binding compared to their most recent renewal. Ask how much of their memories have begun to fade. Then visit the ancestral archives and see how many of our oldest soul-bound citizens quietly moved on after exactly 307 renewals, the precise number required to extract a soul's total energy, the evidence. once she knew where to look, was irrefutable. Ancient ledgers showing the systematic passing of soul-bound citizens, the gradually increasing dosages of binding elixir. Most damning of all, the sealed chamber beneath the council's spire, where the wellspring pulsed with the accumulated soul energy of centuries, feeding the enchantments that kept aetheria floating above the mists. The city was failing, Archmagister Vex admitted when confronted, his ancient face impassive. 3 centuries ago, the levitation enchantments began to weaken. Our ancestors discovered that soul energy was the only power source strong enough to sustain them. So you sacrifice your own citizens? Iris's voice shook with barely controlled fury. Drain them until nothing remains? We give them extended life. Vex countered. Centuries instead of decades. A fair exchange for the continuation of our civilization. Would you rather aetheria fall to whatever horrors lurk in the mist below? There must be another way. Ravencroft claimed the same, the Archmagister said dismissively. His permanent binding would have doomed us all within a generation. The wellspring requires constant feeding. That night, as the twin moons aligned in a rare configuration, Iris helped Malaki complete what the council had feared, not the harvester's tithe, but its opposite. The wellspring redistribution, a ritual to return the accumulated soul energy to those from whom it had been taken. They stood in the cavernous chamber housing the wellspring, a swirling vortex of luminous blue energy contained within a massive crystal sphere. Around them lay the council members, subdued but not harmed, forced to witness the undoing of their centuries-old deception. If you release that energy, aetheria will fall, Vex warned from where he was bound. Thousands will die. No, Malaki replied, adding the final reagent to his elixir. That's just one more lie. As the purified elixir touched the wellspring, the vortex of blue energy shuddered, then exploded outward in countless streams of light that shot through the ceiling, seeking their original owners. Throughout aetheria, the soul-bound gasped as parts of themselves long-forgotten returned memories, emotions, the full vibrancy of their being restored. The city trembled, swaying precariously for one terrifying moment, then stabilized as the redistributed energy found a new equilibrium, supporting the enchantments not from one central source, but from thousands of willing participants, each giving a small, sustainable amount rather than being unknowingly drained to emptiness. Standing at the wellspring's edge, hands clasped as the last of the stolen soul energy returned to its rightful owners, Iris and Malaki watched as the nature of aetheria transformed before their eyes. The balance between the worlds of the living and the dead had been restored, not through separation, but through a more perfect union, one built on truth and willing sacrifice rather than deception and exploitation. In the days that followed, the soul-bound walked with new purpose, their forms more substantial, no longer fading with each renewal. The council was reformed, its membership expanded to include both the living and the dead. And in a small apothecary overlooking the now rejuvenated city, 2 alchemists continued their work, developing new elixirs to strengthen the bond between realms, ensuring that in aetheria, at least, death would never again be used to sustain life, but would stand beside it as an equal partner in the city's eternal dance above the mists. Story 5. The borderlands between day and night shimmered with the uncertain light of neither time, a luminous purple haze that settled over jagged rocks and twisted trees. Here, in this liminal space where 2 worlds collided, Lyria crouched behind a stone outcropping, watching as the patrol of solar sentinels passed. Their armor gleamed with captured sunlight, blinding even in the perpetual twilight of the borderlands. She waited, counting her heartbeats, feeling the familiar warmth spreading through her veins as her blood began its transformation from silver to gold. Not yet, she whispered to herself, pressing a hand against her chest. The change always came with pain, a reminder that she belonged nowhere in the divided lands of Dualera. For as long as anyone could remember, Dualera had existed as two separate kingdoms: Solaris, the realm of eternal day, where golden spires stretched toward three blazing suns, and Umbra, the kingdom of perpetual night, where silver towers reflected the light of countless stars and a moon that never set. Between them lay the twilight territories, a dangerous no-man's land where the magic of both realms collided in unpredictable ways. And then there was Lyria, a living impossibility. Born to a Solarian father and Umbran mother who had dared to love across the divide, she carried both realms in her blood. In Solaris, her blood ran gold like honey and sunlight. In Umbra, it turned to liquid silver. The transformation was excruciating, as though her body rebelled against the unnatural shift. Neither kingdom would claim her. Both considered her an abomination, a living reminder of laws broken and boundaries crossed. Once the sentinels passed, Lyria slipped from her hiding place, her slender frame moving with practiced stealth as she navigated the treacherous landscape. Her destination rose before her, a stone tower with windows that shifted from gleaming gold to mirrored silver, depending on which angle you observed it from. Master Helios's laboratory, rumored to contain treasures from both realms, and, more importantly to Lyria, potentially a cure for her condition. The lock was complex Solarian sun metal that burned the touch of anyone with Umbrian blood. Lyria winced as her fingers smoked slightly, the silver in her blood fighting against the metal, but she persisted. 3 careful turns, and a whispered word later, the mechanism yielded. The laboratory inside was a marvel of organization and chaos simultaneously. Shelves lined with bottles of shimmering liquids in every color imaginable stretched from floor to ceiling. Equipment of glass and metal caught the strange light from windows designed to capture both sunlight and moonlight. In the center stood a work table covered in open books, scattered notes, and several bubbling concoctions. "I would advise against touching anything," came a voice from the shadows. "Some of those mixtures are rather volatile." Lyria spun, a dagger appearing in her hand as if conjured from the twilight itself. An old man stood watching her, his white hair gathered in a neat queue, his robes shimmering with embroidered suns that somehow glowed with real light. Master Helios, the renowned Solarian alchemist, particularly in Yor. "Unique condition," he continued, gesturing toward her arm where veins of gold and silver now visibly battled beneath her skin. "How fascinating. May I?" He stepped forward, apparently unconcerned by her blade. "Stay back," Lyria warned, though curiosity tempered her caution. "How did you know? About your blood?" "Few things escape my notice, especially not something as remarkable as you." He smiled, the expression crinkling his sun-weathered face. "I've been watching you for some time." Lyria of the Borderlands, the use of her name sent a chill through her. "If you know what I am, then you know neither kingdom would mourn my disappearance, which is precisely why you're still alive and not in a Solarian prison." Helios moved to his work table, casually turning his back on her, as though her dagger posed no threat. "You're not the first dual blood I've encountered, though certainly the most stable. The others. Well, let's just say the war between sun and moon within them ended rather tragically." Lyria lowered her weapon slightly. "There were others like me, long ago, before the sundering, when day and night still danced in their proper rhythm." He lifted a crystal vial containing a liquid that seemed to shift between molten gold and liquid silver, never quite settling on either. "Do you know what this is?" Despite herself, Lyria moved closer. "No, this," Helios said reverently, is the beginning of the elixir of eternal dawn, what the ancient texts call ornectus infinitum, the substance that could, theoretically, reunite our sundered world. His words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Since childhood, Lyria had heard whispers of a time before the sundering, when day followed night in an endless cycle, rather than existing as separate realms. Most dismissed it as legend. How could the world be anything other than what it had always been? Impossible, she breathed. And yet, here, you stand equally impossible. Helios held the vial to the light, where it caught both moon and sunbeams. The elixir requires components from both realms, including something that exists in neither and both simultaneously. Understanding dawned with icy clarity. Blood. My blood, a few drops freely given, would suffice. Helios placed the vial carefully on a stand. I've spent decades gathering the other components, solving countless alchemical riddles, but the final catalyst eluded me, until I heard rumors of a thief who could cross the border without using the sanctioned gates. Before Lyria could respond, a tremendous crash shook the tower. Glass containers shattered, spilling their contents in streams of color that hissed and smoked where they met. Through the window, dark shapes moved against the twilight sky, winged riders on creatures with scales that absorbed light, rather than reflected it. Umbran nightwings. They've found us, Helios muttered, frantically gathering scrolls and vials. We must. The roof exploded inward in a shower of stone and magic. Lyria ducked, pulling Helios down with her as obsidian shards rained around them. Through the new opening descended 3 riders, their armor seeming to bend light around them, their faces hidden behind masks of polished blackstone. Between them hung a net of woven shadow, designed to capture and contain. Master Helios, the lead rider announced, her voice echoing strangely within her mask. By decree of Queen Selene, sovereign of the eternal night, you are hereby charged with heresy against the natural order. Helios straightened, dignity settling around him like a cloak. There is nothing natural about the sundering, Commander. You know this as well as I and you. The commander turned toward Lyria. Abomination will be contained for study, she gestured, and the shadow net flew toward them. Lyria reacted instinctively. She grabbed the crystal vial from its stand and slashed her palm with her dagger. Her dual-natured blood, now a swirling mixture of gold and silver, dripped into the solution. The liquid inside flared with blinding intensity, forcing even the light-absorbing nightwings to shield their eyes. Run. Helios shoved a satchel into her arms. The rest of my research. Find the Temple of Equinox in the deep twilight. I'll follow when I can. I'm not leaving you. You must. The elixir in your hands is incomplete but potent. If they capture you, both kingdoms will use it as a weapon rather than a cure. He pushed her toward a hidden door in the floor. Go. The last Lyria saw of Master Helios was his defiant stance as the nightwings closed in. His hands raised, sunfire dancing between his fingers. The hidden passage led to a steep tunnel that deposited her at the base of the tower, where chaos reigned. Solarian sentinels had arrived, clashing with the Umbran forces in a battle of gold light against consuming shadow. In the confusion, Lyria slipped away, the satchel clutched to her chest, the crystal vial wrapped carefully within. Her blood continued its painful transformation as she ran deeper into the twilight territories, away from both kingdoms that had rejected her, toward a destiny she never sought. The days that followed became a blur of constant movement. Lyria studied Helios's notes by the strange light of luminescent fungi that grew in the deepest parts of the borderlands. The Temple of Equinox, according to his research, stood at the exact center of Dualera, the point where day and night had originally been torn asunder. There, with the complete elixir, the artificial division could be healed. But the path would not be easy. Both kingdoms, having learned of the elixir's existence, sent their forces to hunt her. Neither wanted reunification after millennia of separation. Both Solaris and Umbra had built their entire cultures around their eternal day or night. The monarchs feared what reunification might cost them. It was in a border town called Penumbra that Lyria found unexpected allies. Orion, a disgraced Solarian knight who had questioned his kingdom's rigid doctrines, and Selene, an exiled Umbran priestess who had dared suggest that the eternal night was unnatural. Both outcasts, both seeking meaning beyond their kingdom's narrow visions. The elixir is incomplete, Lyria explained to them, showing Helios's notes. We need essence of twilight bloom, tears from the lake of reflection, and a crystal from the heart of a boundary stone, all guarded, all dangerous to obtain, Orion observed, his once golden armor now dulled and stripped of royal insignia. And the temple itself is said to be protected by the keepers of division, creatures neither living nor dead that maintain the sundering. Selene, her silver eyes reflective as mirrors, nodded solemnly. The ancient texts speak of them. They were once humans who sacrificed themselves to power the spell that divided our world. Neither kingdom acknowledges their existence. Why help me? Lyria asked them both. This quest could end in all our deaths. Orion looked toward the golden glow on the horizon Solaris, his former home. Because I've begun to remember dreams. Dreams of darkness followed by light, over and over in a cycle. Dreams that feel more real than the eternal day I've known all my life, and I've seen visions of a sun rising over Umbra, Selene whispered. Terrifying, yet right somehow, together, the three outcasts journeyed deeper into the twilight territories than any had dared venture for generations. They gathered the rare components, evaded patrols from both kingdoms, and slowly pieced together the truth behind the sundering how ancient rulers, fearing the balance and equality that came with the cycle of day and night, had conspired to claim half the cycle for themselves eternally. And at the center of it all waited the Temple of Equinox, its weathered stone telling the story of a world torn in two, and the promise of what could be whole once more if only those with the courage to challenge the natural order could complete the elixir of eternal dawn. Story 6. The ancient city of Chrysanthe rose from the morning mist, like a dream carved in stone and crystal, its spires piercing the clouds as if reaching for the twin moons that still lingered in the dawn sky. Unlike the other great cities of aetheria, whose foundations were built upon mundane rock and soil, Chrysanthe stood upon a lake of liquid silver, the Argentum Mere, whose depths were said to hold secrets from the time before humans walked these lands. Within the warren of crooked streets and leaning buildings that formed the alchemist's quarter, a thin spiral of lavender smoke rose from the chimney of a modest apothecary shop. Its windows glowed with an inner light that shifted through all the colors of a dying sunset, and those who passed by often quickened their step, for in Chrysanthe, unusual lights often preceded unusual events. Inside, Lyra Moonveil worked with the precision of a master jeweler, her slender fingers adding 3 precisely measured drops of shimmering liquid to a bubbling crucible. The young apothecary's silver-white hair was bound in a practical braid, though rebellious strands had escaped to frame a face too serious for her 20 summers. Eyes the color of twilight narrowed in concentration as she held her breath, waiting for the reaction. The mixture flashed once brilliant as a falling star before settling into a gentle golden glow. Perfect, murmured a deeper voice from the shadows. Master Thaddeus emerged from the back room, his ancient face creased in a rare smile of approval. Once the most celebrated alchemist in all of Aetheria, he now rarely left his workshop, claiming that age had made him prefer the company of elements and compounds to that of people. The draft of Second Sight is complete, Lyra confirmed, carefully decanting the luminous liquid into a crystal vial. Our client can now. The shattering of glass interrupted her words as the shop's front window exploded inward, followed immediately by a sphere of obsidian that cracked open upon impact with the floor. Black smoke billowed from the broken orb, coalescing into hooded figures whose faces remained hidden in supernatural shadow. The Order of Ash comes for what is rightfully ours, intoned the foremost figure, voice rasping like wind through dead leaves. Surrender the elixir, old man, and your apprentice may live. Master Thaddeus pushed Lyra behind him with surprising strength. Run, he commanded in a whisper. Take the key from my desk. You know where to go. Before she could protest, he lunged forward with unexpected agility, hurling a handful of crystalline powder toward the intruders. The powder ignited upon contact with the air, creating a blinding flash and a wall of azure flame that temporarily separated them from the assassins. Lyra hesitated only a moment before racing to the back room, her master's anguished cry following her as the flames died and the assassins overcame him. Tears blurred her vision as she snatched the ancient iron key from Thaddeus's desk, along with a leather satchel that he kept always prepared. She knew without looking that it contained emergency provisions, coin, and the most essential tools of their craft. A hidden door behind a tapestry led to a narrow passage that wound beneath the city streets. As Lyra descended into darkness, the sounds of destruction faded above her, replaced by the quiet dripping of water and her own ragged breathing. 3 days later, Lyra emerged from the wilderness into the border town of Thornhaven, a place where the kingdom's laws held little sway and strangers asked few questions. Her grief remained a raw wound, but survival instinct had taken precedence. The key she carried had led her to Master Thaddeus's secret vault beneath a long-abandoned temple in the forest, where she had found something both wondrous and terrifying. A single vial, no larger than her thumb, containing a liquid that shimmered like liquid starlight. The elixir of immortality forbidden since the age of ancients, when the gods themselves had decreed that eternal life was not meant for mortal vessels. In the dim light of Thornhaven's least reputable tavern, Lyra nursed a mug of watered wine and contemplated her next move. Master Thaddeus had created the very thing their ancestors had outlawed, a potion that the Order of Ash had somehow learned about and now hunted with deadly determination. But why had he made it? And why had he entrusted its protection to her rather than destroying it? You carry a heavy burden for one so young, observed a voice from the shadows beside her. Lyra's hand moved instantly to the dagger concealed in her sleeve, but the stranger made no threatening movement. He sat with the casual grace of a jungle cat, his features obscured by a hood despite the warmth of the tavern. Only his eyes were visible amber and reflective, like those of a predator. I carry nothing but grief and regret, she replied carefully. Neither of which would interest a stranger. A soft laugh escaped him. Yet, grief makes poor companionship on the road ahead, especially when pursued by the Order of Ash. Ice flooded Lyra's veins. How could you possibly? Their agents are not subtle to those who know how to look. The stranger tilted his head toward the tavern entrance, where two figures in traveler's garb had just entered. Though they were no distinguishing marks, their methodical scanning of the room betrayed their purpose. Come, the stranger murmured, rising with fluid grace. There is another exit through the kitchens. Against her better judgment, Lyra followed, keeping one hand on her dagger and the other on the satchel containing the precious vial. As they slipped through the steamy chaos of the tavern's kitchen, and out into a narrow alley. She finally found her voice again. "Who are you? And why help me?" "My name is Varain," he replied, throwing back his hood to reveal features that confirmed her suspicions he was not entirely human. Silver-white hair, similar to her own but streaked with midnight black, framed a face too perfect for mortality. His pointed ears and those predator's eyes marked him as half-elven at least, though there was something else in his bearing that hinted at even stranger heritage. "As for why I help you," he continued, leading her through a maze of back streets as if born to them. "Let us say that the Order of Ash and I have unfinished business. Anyone they hunt becomes, by necessity, my ally. I'm no one's ally," Lyra countered. "Not until I understand what's happening and why Master Thaddeus was killed for a potion he shouldn't have created in the first place." Baron's expression darkened. "The elixir of immortality is more than a forbidden potion, Lyra Moonveil. It is the key to awakening the primordial dragon that sleeps beneath the kingdom of Aetheria, a being whose power could either save our world or reduce it to ashes." The Crystal Mountains lived up to their name, their peaks refracting sunlight into rainbow cascades that painted the valleys below. Lyra and Varain had traveled for a fortnight, staying ahead of their pursuers through a combination of his uncanny woodcraft and her alchemical talents. Each night, as they made camp in some hidden hollow or cave, Varain revealed more of the truth that Master Thaddeus had kept from her. The Order of Ash was once the sacred guardian of the dragon's slumber, he explained as they sat beside a small fire. For 10,000 years, they maintained the enchantments that kept the primordial bound in peaceful dreams beneath the earth. But power corrupts, and over centuries, their noble purpose twisted. They now believe they should control the dragon, rather than protect the world from its awakening, Lyra finished, understanding dawning. "And the elixir is somehow the key to this control," Varain nodded, the firelight casting strange shadows across his otherworldly features. "The dragon's blood runs in the deepest veins of the earth, what your kind call ley lines. The elixir, properly used, can establish a connection between a mortal vessel and those veins, allowing one to channel the dragon's power without awakening it fully and improperly used. Total awakening. The end of the world as we know it." Varen's gaze met hers across the flames. "Which is why neither the Order nor anyone else can be allowed to possess it. Then why didn't Master Thaddeus destroy it?" Lyra demanded. "Why create it at all? Because Thaddeus understood what even the Order does not, that the dragon stirs from its millennia of slumber regardless of the elixir. The enchantments weaken. Within a year, perhaps less, it will wake on its own." The implication staggered her. "And then, chaos. Destruction beyond imagining. Unless what?" Varen's eyes reflected the firelight like twin flames. "Unless someone worthy drinks the elixir and becomes a conduit for the dragon's power, directing it toward healing rather than destruction. A bridge between the ancient magic and the modern world." Lyra's hand moved unconsciously to her satchel, where the vial lay hidden. "And Thaddeus thought I was this worthy person? He must have seen something in you that convinced him," Varain acknowledged. "Though the final choice will be the dragon's own," the shadow lands stretched before them, a blighted territory where corruption from the dragon's restless dreams had already seeped into the waking world. Trees grew in tortured shapes, their barks scaled like reptilian hide. The very air shimmered with latent energy that manifested occasionally as arcs of lightning or ghostly apparitions that faded when approached. "We're close now," Varain said, his voice hushed with reverence, or fear perhaps both. "The gateway of scales lies just beyond that ridge." As if summoned by his words, the horizon darkened with mounted figures, the Order of Ash in far greater numbers than they had yet encountered. led by a figure whose black robes were edged with crimson runes. The High Ashen himself, Varane hissed. "We must hurry." They ran, abandoning stealth for speed as they crested the ridge and beheld the gateway, an enormous archway of obsidian, embedded in the mountainside. Ancient runes carved into its surface glowed with a pulsing emerald light that matched the rhythm of Lyra's own heartbeat. Behind them, the thunder of hooves grew louder. "There's no time," Varane urged, pushing her toward the archway. "You must decide now, Lyra. Use the elixir as Thaddeus intended, or let the Order take it and doom us all. How can I possibly make such a choice?" Lyra cried, the vial now clutched in her trembling hand. "I'm an apothecary's apprentice, not a savior." "Perhaps that's exactly why Thaddeus chose you," Varane replied, drawing his sword as the first riders appeared on the ridge. "Your heart seeks to heal, not to rule or destroy," the High Ashen's voice carried across the distance, amplified by dark magic. "The elixir, girl. Surrender it and join us in glory as masters of the new age." Lyra looked from the advancing order to Varane, whose strange eyes held no command, only trust in her decision. Then she gazed at the gateway, feeling the ancient power that pulls beyond it, neither malevolent nor benign, but simply vast beyond mortal comprehension. In that moment of clarity, she understood why Master Thaddeus had created the forbidden elixir, and why he had entrusted it to her. Not because she was special or chosen, but because she had learned the most fundamental principle of alchemy, that power itself was neither good nor evil, but was shaped by the hands that wielded it, and the heart that guided those hands. With steady fingers, she unstoppered the vial. "For healing," she whispered, "not destruction." As the liquid starlight passed her lips, the gateway of scales flared to brilliant life, its emerald glow enveloping her in radiance that transformed her silver hair to flowing platinum, her twilight eyes to orbs of pure golden light. Power coursed through her veins like liquid fire, ancient beyond reckoning, yet somehow familiar as her own breath. The Order's forces halted in awe and terror as Lyra rose from the ground, suspended in the gateway's light. Beneath her feet, the earth trembled as something vast and ancient stirred from slumber, reaching out with tendrils of consciousness that found in her not a master, but a partner, a bridge between worlds old and new. "The primordial awakens," the High Ashen breathed, his voice a mixture of reverence and horror. "After 10,000 years, not fully," Lyra replied, her voice resonating with harmonics that were not her own. "Not yet, but enough to heal what has been broken." From her outstretched hands flowed rivers of light that sank into the corrupted earth of the Shadowlands. Where the light touched, blight receded. Tortured trees straightened, their bark smoothing to healthy wood. Poisoned streams ran clear once more. The very air lightened, the miasma of decay replaced by the scent of growth and renewal. The Order of Ash fell back in disarray, their purpose undone not by destruction, but by restoration. Only the High Ashen remained, his expression unreadable beneath his hood. "This changes nothing," he declared. "The dragon's power belongs to those strong enough to wield it." "We will return, and we will be waiting," Varane answered, standing protectively beside Lyra as she slowly descended to earth again, the initial surge of power settling into a steady glow beneath her skin. As the Order retreated over the ridge, Lyra turned to face the gateway of scales and the vast presence she now felt constantly at the edges of her consciousness, ancient, powerful, but no longer threatening to break free in cataclysmic awakening. Through her, its power could flow in measured streams, healing the land while allowing the great being to continue its necessary slumber. "What happens now?" she asked softly. Varen's gaze held new respect as he looked upon her transformed countenance. Now we continue what Thaddeus began, finding others worthy to share this burden, creating a circle of guardians to ensure the dragon's power remains in balance. Lyra nodded, feeling the rightness of this path, despite its unexpected nature. The burden of the forbidden elixir had become a gift, not of immortality, as the ancients had feared, but of purpose. "Then let us begin," she said, turning her golden gaze toward the horizon and the journey that awaited. "There is much to heal before the dragon fully wakes."